perfect way to frame today's theme. Sir, may I request you to kindly address us and take the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Thank you all. Looking forward to introduce an interesting concept called EDGE. Basically, a skilled nation is a strong nation. So the EDGE platform is related to that approach and how we can use the AI, to develop the skills and take the skills to the consumers. Consumers means employability. So the platform EDGE is called Education Development for Growth and Employability. So that is the idea. Yeah, I mean, here is the brief agenda. I mean, what are the opportunities available? I mean, for the country. I mean, we have gathered the statistics from the reputed sources like McKinsey or the government sources, and then how the skilling the students from academia to the companies, and then creating the interaction between the academia and interaction can help them. So there are three different modules which I'll explain. So first is the opportunity. It's a 2 trillion opportunity in next 5 years. The manufacturing sectors in different areas is about $2 trillion, which is a huge opportunity. So which means a lot of students, when they learn, when they gain the experience, then they can become employable, and then they can be able to contribute in the $2 trillion in 2030, and then Viksit Bharat, developed state, developed country by 2047. The vision of our beloved Prime Minister is what we are trying to operate in the thing. So there are about 3 crore students who are graduating every year. I mean, which is a huge population, in which the engineers are about 40% and 60% are in the non-engineering, non-management related things. And then the number of colleges, if you see, there are 50,000 colleges from 50,000 colleges are there from 1,100 universities, and then of which only 200 or less than 200 are premier colleges. So the premier colleges have students coming out from premier colleges will have advantage. But the other colleges, how do we bring the accessibility of the education? I mean, the information that is available in the internet. I mean, how do we bring them in the easy and accessible way? So a powerful opportunity to elevate the education nationwide. That is the opportunity. And then on the other hand, the other one is the education. This one is related to the number of companies that are available. There are 2 lakh active companies in the country. Whereas if you look into one Naukri portal, hardly there are 700 companies, 7,000. And then the companies that are coming to the colleges are hardly 10 to 50. I mean, even if they're successful, premier colleges, maybe 100 or 200 companies may come. Whereas there are 18 lakh companies, which is quite large. I mean, these are active companies, estimated to be active companies. There are 3 million companies are there, some of them assuming 1/3. These are from the sources. 1/3 are not active, so remaining 2/3. So even if each company can recruit two persons, then entire student community can get the employment. I mean, some of them can become entrepreneurs. So there is a huge opportunity from that perspective also. I mean, the skilled workforce as well as the future leaders. So here we are trying to bring the EDGE platform, which I mentioned earlier. So there are 3 important components in this. The first one is the digital library. I mean, AI-enabled digital library. The concept is very new. I mean, we have digital libraries. I mean, we can go and search in the internet, or we can, if somebody has the library access, database of research articles or video lectures, I mean, those things are available. But one need to use the keyword search, and they are difficult. I mean, if we give keywords in Google, I mean, maybe first 2-3 links may be useful, but rest of them are not useful. I mean, the first concept in the digital library is how do we take the entire syllabus of a university? I mean, the university may be offering 400 courses, 1,000 courses. And then each course may have multiple chapters. Multiple chapters may be there. How do we extract this information using the AI? I mean, from the syllabus. And then what are the chapters that are covered in each subject? And what are the topics that are covered? That is one side of the story. The other side of the story is, I mean, there are very good lectures from platforms like Neptel, where IIT professors and IIM professors, NIT professors, they all give literally thousands. I mean, there are 125,000 video lectures are available. But searching for the lectures for each and every topic can be extremely cumbersome. So the digital library helps in mapping the syllabus to the video lectures. So which means it can be useful for the rest of the 50,000 colleges. They can learn from the IIT professors how they are teaching the subject. They can learn and then they can impart that education. And of course, students also can gain from the same thing. The second one is the career center. Again, if you see, there are millions of jobs available. I mean, Naukri, if you see Naukri, I'm using the example of Naukri, there are 500,000 jobs. But again, searching for each job can be extremely cumbersome. So what we are doing in this career center is, you upload your resume, then you should look at your skills. It understands what are the skills, the key skills that you are projecting, either from the domain perspective, from the technical perspective, management perspective, whatever. The key skills that are there. And then look at the business requirements, the job requirements, job descriptions. It looks at hundreds of thousands of jobs. And then try to map them, the resumes to the jobs. And then give. And then the third one is the industry-academia collaboration. So there, I mean, like 18 lakh companies are there, active companies. If you are able to bring all of them, so the difficulty of the colleges in attracting the companies towards the campus placement can be resolved. I mean, these are the ideas from Mr. Sanjay Singh. I mean, we are trying to bring in the AI context in the whole thing. So the Edge platform, this is briefly about the Edge platform. And of course, how we can be able to reach out to the 18 lakh companies is through the associations, industry associations. Every company is part of one association or other. So when we are able to bring in the associations, their members can become part of the thing. So that way we are able to solve end to end. So I explained about the digital library, the smart syllabus mapping. I mean, from the syllabus, how do we map them to the lecture notes? Which means for each topic, there can be hundreds of video lectures available. So they can gradually start from the basic levels to the advanced level on each topic. And that can be possible using and of course, using AI, we generate the right kind of content that is needed for the students, for specific students, addressing the specific gaps of a student. And then the experts will evaluate that and then try to do. Like that, there are multiple. One of the important thing is the equal access. By bringing this digital library to every college, so we are bringing the equal access. I mean, IITs may have a fantastic digital library laboratories, but every college may not have. Most of the colleges doesn't have, when we checked, most of the colleges doesn't have the syllabus listed in their websites. They may not have a digital library. So when we are bringing that one, it becomes much easier for the many colleges where the students from a remote part of the country, they can equally get the valuable education. Of course, these are all available in the internet. I mean, YouTube, they are available, but searching for them is very difficult. So when we try to bring them together and easily available in a particular packaged form, then it becomes easier for them to, then students can focus on real learning rather than wasting their time on searching. So the next one is the career center. So there are two particular things in this. One is the students, they can upload their resumes, or we can get the credentials from the colleges, what subjects they have taken and what are the topics that they read. So when there are opportunities posted by the companies, by the say 18 lakh companies, so we are looking at the scale that was unthinkable earlier. Now we are focusing on how do we scale at that level. So how do we map the resumes of the candidates to the students to the jobs, and then similarly right jobs, or similarly for job descriptions who are the right candidates. So both are equally important. I mean, we are addressing both the things, both directions. Jobs for candidates, and second one is the recruiters. I mean, how do we find the right candidates for the recruiters? So we are using the AI, search enabled, we call it semantic similarity. And then the next one is the entrepreneurship. Students, if they are interested in entrepreneurship, how do we enable them? By creating the webinars to start with, and then seminars may give, entrepreneurship seminars may give, create some interest for them. And some of the new companies like Ola, I mean, those companies have come because of the internship, I mean, through the entrepreneur journey, from the classroom to the entrepreneur. I mean, that is the idea here. I mean, how do we give the guidance? And then from the guidance, how do we enable them in each phase of their entrepreneur journey, from the initial phase to the growth phase to the maturity phase. I mean, who are capable, they can choose that path as well. So the last one is the industry-academia collaboration. So, I mean, only when we create at that level. So, for example, if there are 18 lakh companies are there, then it is easy to collaborate for them based on their needs. Who can be the supplier, vendor, for example. That kind of collaborations can be possible within the companies. And of course, they can also find the talent. Through industry associations, networking, I mean, like this kind of forums, this kind of events help in networking. So we want to enable that level of networking through this industry academia collaboration. So the main important point is how do we address the employability capabilities by addressing the skills, the first thing. And then the second thing is, I mean, you don't want to leave them. Yes, you learned, you graduated, but you should also help them to identify the opportunities. I mean, opportunities are there, but they are invisible. Most of the times they are invisible. And that is where the invisibility through this AI platform, edge platform, you want to address. So, I mean, concluding, so it helps enabling the quality education by bringing the accessibility of the material that is available in the internet, public domain, into the packaged form to the academic community, and then through the three platforms, digital library, career center, and industrial academic interaction. And of course, the opportunities from how do we enable the at least 1/5 of the students, I mean, for example, 50 lakh students, how do we enable them to get into the journey? And then help through the smarter solutions to achieve towards the national growth. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Raghava. I would like to add value into, can you show the slide, sir? EDGE is basically called the Education for Development, Growth and Employability. It is basically the solution of the pain point of academia, industry and the government. We all are aware that government is still fighting with the challenge of skill development. So this concept was created by Trade Promotion Council for Geospatial and Space Industry in collaboration with BDSR Solution, which is a very unique solution which talks about starting from the quality education. We all know that, as we assume in our research of 1 year, we found that there are two types of education being taught into the country. One is the quality education that we assume comes from IIT, IIM and all those premium education, which is only the 3% in the country. Rest 90% education is the non-quality education. So through our R&D, when we visited around 70-75 cities, and spoke to the colleges where geoinformatics, engineering, and all these things are being taught, we were surprised that the professor was not aware about what is photogrammetry. It was a very challenging thing, right? What we did, when we were aware that even faculties are not at all aware about these particular things, how will they be able to impart the right education? So this is the problem, that in India we do not have quality education. When we do not have quality education, that at the end of the day, when the students are graduating, they are not able to make their mind to enter into the domain, right? Because of that, industry suffers that when they have a big project and they are looking forward for a drone pilot in 500 number, you're not able to get it into the market. Because of that, government suffers because the project delays. So this is basically the solution to mitigate the quality education and enabling every student. We are basically inviting the universities to come on our board, register their students who are graduating. So we are assuming that in one university, normally we have 2,000 to 10,000 students available who are graduating every year, right? When they are graduating, we also see that the universities or the colleges are not able to place them at 100%. The reason is the limitation. The limitation is that in the college, the training and placement time is for 2 months. When you are graduating, before that, companies start bringing colleges start bringing the companies who are there for the placement, right? But please understand, they have 10,000 students. Suppose they have 2,000 students, and they are in 2 months, they are not able to bring 1,000 company. We hardly can see 20, 15, 20, 50, 100 companies you can bring. And suppose one company has a requirement of 5 only, then the 100 company will be able to recruit 500 only. Even 1,500 have not been recruited. So here we are breaking the limitations through adding 18 lakh companies on our board, so that those 2,000 resumes which have been posted here, our AI system will automatically start sending those 2,000 resumes to 18 lakh organizations. Now, we are not going to wait for 2 months. The limitation has been broken. Every student will have an opportunity now, divide 2,000 by 18 lakh. You will see the number, that one resume has a chance to meet lakhs of companies. This is how we are breaking the limitation. So that's why I said that this is based on the pain point of not only the industry, academia, even the government. This is going to mitigate the issue of skill development in the country. We have a vision for 5 years. In 5 years, we are claiming that we'll be able to mitigate the skill development issue up to 95% in the country. This we presented to Raksha Mantri also. This we presented to 19 leading universities in the country. That includes Jamia Millia, Aligarh Muslim, Banaras Hindu, Allahabad University. And surprisingly, everyone has appreciated us. And they all have come on our board saying that the moment it is okay, it is done, it is ready, we were the first one to come on your board. So this is the program that we have created. Dr. Raghava, thank you so very much to Dr. Raghava who created this, the AI solution. And the concept was created by TPCGSI, and we collaborated and created this thing. Thank you so very much.
Yes, let's have a generous round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. He definitely deserves that. And thank you, Dr. Raghav, for that enlightening welcome address. Your words have reminded us that preparedness in the skies begins not only with technology, but with people, with skills, with partnerships that can bring the technology to life by educating us about the key trends as well. Through the statistics and the modules you shared, and by linking innovation to skilling and collaboration, you have given us a clear direction for the session ahead, and also told us about the great work at BDSR. Thank you so much, Dr. Raghav. May I now invite Commodore Hemant Khatri to kindly come forward and join us and help us in felicitating Dr. Raghav with a token of our gratitude, inviting Dr. Raghav and Commodore Hemant Khatri, sir. Thank you, gentlemen. Moving ahead, it is my privilege to invite our guest of honor, Commodore Hemant Khatri, former chairman and managing director of Hindustan Shipyard Limited, to deliver his address on maritime security 4.0, blue economy, and autonomous marine surveillance. His tenure at the helm of HSL saw remarkable strides in strengthening India's shipbuilding and maritime capabilities, and his vision continues to guide this critical domain, ladies and gentlemen. A resounding round of applause as we welcome Commodore Hemant Khatri on stage with us. Welcome.
Once again, very good morning to all of you, students, academia, the media house, and I think each and everyone present here. My greetings to all of you. At the outset, I'm first of all, I think let me touch on SwaRaksha Mahotsav. I think there couldn't have been a better. We all know it. Similarly, look at the Israel war. 260 hostages enjoying an evening function, and rightly the focus is being laid on atmanirbhar Bharat. Well, Mahotsav is a festival we all know. We are happy to be here. We are happy to celebrate 2 events in a year. One in February, probably a horticulture or a flower show, and then one at the end of the year. But today, Vizag, our city of destiny, every fortnight there is a maritime security 4.0, blue water economy, and autonomous surveillance. This day is celebrated by International Maritime Organization. It is of oceans in our economy, in security, in safety, in environment, so on and so forth. And I think in environment, so on and so forth. And I think we understand, all of us, the role of each of these and growth for all in the region. And 10 years later, when he visited Mauritius, and India had one for revised shipbuilding financial assistance scheme, for shipbuilding, shipping development, etc., etc. Building, shipping, development, etc., etc. There was also a news yesterday about Tata Advanced Systems, Morocco, TASM, setting up the first overseas Indian defense industry, be it defense or be it maritime. Now, having understood that, let me move over straight onto the theme, which is the maritime security. As I have said, maritime defense technology, but we have been depending on all the suppliers for a long, long time. And this is no minor vulnerability. India's neighbors include awareness has lagged behind for various reasons that I will not like to touch upon here. And therefore, the time is ripe, and the clarion call has been given by the Prime Minister, by the nation, to one and all, it is time to make India self-dependent, atmanirbhar in every sector. Today, as we talk here, there are various other conferences, seminars, innovations happening all over the countryside. Now, which are the key foreign suppliers? Just to understand the aspect of dependence very, very quickly. India's import dependency is spread across a handful of partners, each with its own set of entanglements. Israel has emerged as one of the most reliable suppliers India is the single largest destination for Israeli defense exports, accounting for over 40% of Israel's global sales. The partnership has been productive in areas such as UAVs, missiles, and loitering munitions, etc. They have given the latest equipment and weapons to India. Yet, even here, the constraints are abound. Much of the Israeli kit includes American origin components, potential vulnerable to Washington's vetoes. Moreover, the holy grail of any defense deal, which is transfer of technology, remains elusive, hampered by Israel's stringent sectoral regulations and reluctance to part with the key technologies and the intellectual property rights. For India, this means quick access to battlefield-proven system that they have provided. We used some of it very recently, but not the know-how to build them independently. The second country with whom we have been importing is France, which is often hailed in New Delhi as a dependable ally. Relatively, yes. The Rafale fighter jets, Scorpion-class submarines, and ongoing naval aviation deals testified to Paris' willingness to engage deeply with India. France has been more open than most other Western nations in offering technology partnerships. Yet, the devil lies in the detail. Indian negotiators routinely complain that the most sensitive technologies, including jet engines, radar integration, source codes, remain out of reach. The history of defense offsets, where French firms promised local production, but they fell short, and continues to rankle and trouble Indian industry. The next, look at Russia. India's long-standing defense partner has supplied everything from MiG fighters and Sukhoi jets to tanks, submarines, and the coveted S-400 missile system that we saw in Op Sindoor. Yet, problems abound in form of poor product quality, patchy maintenance support, high life cycle costs, and chronic delays. The war in Ukraine has further brutality, because both are engaged in, first of all, building their own war machinery and feeding their own armed forces. And that has affected the supply chain in India. Looking at America, well, US has made significant inroads in recent years. From near zero in 2008, bilateral defense trade has crossed $20 billion till last year. But recently, Washington, we have seen, pitches itself as India's natural partners and in balancing China, but things have been a little different of late. The relationship is not without friction. Tariff disputes, delays in supply, for example, General Electric engines for Indian aircraft industry, HAL, offset, not fulfillment, lack of clarity under the defense technology and trade initiative have slowed down the progress. And above all, India is wary of the veto power and many other things that we are of late watching. America's unpredictability, its tendency to arm our neighbor, its shifting strategic priorities, and the risk of sanctions if India ties up with Russia or Iran much more deeply is there. Beyond these big players, India has dabbled with suppliers from Sweden, Norway, Italy, etc. Each comes with its own mix of opportunities and headaches. The mosaic is complicated, the dependence glaring. And because of this, the only solution lies in being self-dependent, in atmanirbhar, in SwaRaksha, and that is where the importance of this theme SwaRaksha lies. Under Maritime Security 4.0, Atmanirbhar Bharat, if it is realized, it promises several dividends to India and to Indian industry, Indian citizens. First, it would reduce strategic dependency and enhance national security. Second, it would boost domestic innovation in defense research, which often spills over into civilian technologies from aerospace to electronics. That means it would create jobs and nurture a skilled industrial ecosystem. And we have just heard about, skilling India and employability, right, such as Africa and Southeast Asia, and boost blue water economy. The Modi government has recognized this, placing self-reliance at the heart of defense policy. Initiatives like negative import list, banning imports of certain categories, the corporatization of erstwhile Ordnance Factory Board, which have now emerged, and 7 independent public sector undertakings, the encouragement to private players. We have just seen the Tata, it is the DRDO technology with the Tatas which have set up armored vehicle factory in Morocco yesterday, and 3 months in advance production is going to be launched, the next month itself. And various other important steps that the government has taken, like Defense Procurement Manual 2025, which has been released, further lays focus on private industries. Defense acquisition procedures of 2020, DAP 2020 are under revision, and there again there is a great focus on MSME and startups. Empowerment to PSUs through various policy letters have all taken place in last few years, and they are continued to move on, continue to take bigger strides in this field. And with all this, the exports of India, that they touched $2.6 billion in 2024 and $3.2 billion in March 2025. So that has been the scale, but again, compared to global players, it is just the beginning and we have miles to go. But that the beginning has been made, we are improving by more than 20% in our exports, I think is good enough a reason to celebrate and then embrace ourselves to move on this path of SwaRaksha. The distance to travel in this path is large. High-end technology like marine engines, advanced radar, stealth platforms, UAVs, SOVs, midget submarine, chariots, nuclear submarines, they remain far beyond India's current capabilities. And these are the areas or the challenges and therefore the opportunities that lie ahead of us, both the industry as well as the defense services. The DRDO organizations has had patchy success, maybe delays. They were plagued by delays and cost overruns. Indigenous production often ended up in imported subsystems, undermining the goal of self-reliance. And therefore, even the charter of DRDO has been fine-tuned, and they are more focusing on the niche technology, and whatever they develop, they are sharing with the industry to take it forward and launch their products and get into the market and make the country combat ready. The private sector, though energetic, on the other hand, lacks the depth and scale to rival global players. And therefore, the solution lies in collaboration, in seeing, in absorbing, and then innovating. And the opportunities in this sector are enormous. Let me just touch upon them under the topics which is given to me. Let's look at Maritime Security 4.0. This would involve digital transformation of maritime defense and operations through AI for threat detection and behavior prediction. B, big data and real-time analytics for maritime defense assessment. These are the areas where we have opportunities. We need to innovate. Charlie, smart surveillance systems, USVs, UUVs. Satellite plus drone integration, because drones are required in the maritime domain also for surveillance, apart from using the underwater surveillance systems. Protection from cyber threats are the key areas on which we need to develop and focus under Maritime Security 4.0. Tools and combat piracy, smuggling, and grey zone operations is another area which requires focus of industry and the users. Coming to blue water economy, we all understand the definition as we talked about. Oceans can be a great source of energy, great source of revenue. $3 trillion US dollar is the contribution through ocean to the international, to the global GDP, gentlemen. $3 trillion. It's a massive economic potential, and therefore India needs to move ahead in this direction and take its rightful share in this pie. The shipping, offshore energy sector, the tourism, aquaculture, and many other are the areas waiting for us to tap. We need to secure distant sea lanes, exclusive economic zones, and infrastructures like subsea data cables, etc. are the areas which have great potential in the blue water economy. The third part was AUVs for surveillance. Now, which are the opportunities here? Looking at AUV's role, it has got three roles. Security, purely used by the defense, maritime forces, Coast Guard, research area, and third is environment monitoring. AUVs or ROVs, they are urgently required for mine detection. They are required for reconnaissance, for surveillance, for intelligence gathering. Underwater gliders, sensors, network is needed. Low noise profiles, platforms, and UAVs is a necessity. AI enabled for real-time detection, analysis, classification, and then further their destruction is the need. So we need technologies and products in this area. Swarm robotics, which is nothing but large number of robotics, large number of small platforms, but nicely network is again an area which is waiting to be tapped in this area. So I briefly touched on all the three areas, which is Maritime Security 4.0, blue water economy, and AUVs/ROVs, where the opportunities lie before us. Now there are key points. I'll just quickly touch on 5 key points which are significant or relevant to us as an industry as well as academia. First, in my understanding, is the dual use technology. From the perspective of the industry, it is very necessary that we need to find such technology and find their dual use to make economy of scale, to make the technology and the products cost effective. Defense, industry, science, the policymakers, they need to collaborate in this area. And this conference, this Mahotsav, platforms like this provide wonderful opportunity for this. They provide opportunity to explore, to identify synergy, to connect, to brainstorm, and find the suitable partners with whom we move ahead. The third part is technology. How do we get the technology? Not an easy solution, as I highlighted when I talked about Russia, French, Israel, so on and so forth. My experience of being 14 years in this industry indicates that there are only 3 ways of technology. And one is invent through R&D, but it's expensive and takes time. The second is to buy technology. And the third is to steal technology, as some of the neighbors have done, and they have moved ahead. Now, once this technology is absorbed, it is a must, because few components with the with the key source being in the enemy's hand or in adversary's hand will make us dependent. We need to absorb, we need to look at the holistically on the Atmanirbhar Bharat, get the technology, and then develop the application, scan, create the product, market it, earn revenue, and reinvest part of it into the industry. That's the way probably we need to move ahead in this direction if we wish to achieve the aim of Atmanirbhar Bharat and Viksit Bharat developed nation by 2047. The fourth part or the key area which I see is the innovations in every sector. We need to find not only technology but in new business models, new academic model, new engagement models, etc., etc. Skilling model, academia and industry, we saw one of it. You know, the services need to be hand-holding because they are the users. They need to identify as to what is it. Future warfares, 5 years later, what it will be, nobody knows. Even the services don't know. Because every time, every day, there are surprises. So it has to be an engagement. It has to be a brainstorming. Think, what can be new? What new can come? And having thought that, we need to look at how can it be generated. Because if we copy, already somebody else has got. And the services lose the, their edge becomes blunt. So fifth was skilling and the areas which we have touched about. So having highlighted these 4 areas from dune technology to the policymakers to how to absorb technology, how to get technology, how to look at holistically and thereafter develop the product, invest, etc., etc. Having said that, I would like to conclude by saying that to engage on all this, to develop this, the time is now. It is the right time and it is the time that we need to engage, and India is to move much faster and faster on this. The pace has to be much fast, the scale has to be much bigger. And there have been many success stories which can only inspire us. Many of them, you are reading them in the media, amongst the industry, so on and so forth. Yes, there are a large equal number of failures too, but the failures are learning lessons. And if we focus our energy on the success in stories, they will continue to inspire us. I would share one more source of, inspiring as to from where we can draw the inspiration. And that is from our own legacy. We all heard of 4 Vedas, but in the 4 Vedas, there are 4 Up-Vedas. And these Up-Vedas are Ayurveda, which is the science of life. All of us know about it. The second is Dhanurveda, which is the science of warfare. The third is Gandharv Veda, which is the science of art and music. It is a part of Samved. And the fourth is Sept Shastra, which is the science of mechanics and construction. Again, this is a part of Up-Veda. This one is a part of Atharveda. So we have 4 Up-Vedas which were talking about science and technology 21,000 years ago. And if that is our legacy 21,000 years ago, I think it is time in 21st century to reinvent, to add new chapters to them, to redevelop, re-innovate and make India where it richly deserves to be the number 1, to be the developed nation by 2047. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Any questions, if time permits? Anyone? Anything that is not clear, worrying you, or we can take on. Even if I can't answer, there are experts in the hall who can throw some light. Or any better ideas. It's not just the question. If you can share a better idea for others to take on, most welcome. Fine. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, Commodore Hemant Khatri, sir, for that insightful and forward-looking address. You have not only provided a deep understanding of the current maritime landscape, but also inspired us to envision the future of autonomous marine surveillance and sustainable development in the waters on this very International Maritime Day. The emphasis on leveraging cutting-edge technologies for maritime security, backed by government support and the statistics you mentioned, reinforces the critical role of innovation that innovation plays in safeguarding our oceans while enabling economic growth. Sir also highlighted the importance of collaboration between industry, government, and research institutions, reminding us that blue economy thrives when expertise and vision come together, with which we would lead to a atmanirbhar Bharat. Your strategic insights, sir, and rich experience, the visionary perspective, all have truly enriched the event today. Thank you so much. And to do the honors to felicitate sir for this remarkable contribution and for taking out time for the event, I would like to invite Mr. Sanjay Singh on stage. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
May I request Mrs. Sabarwal to join?
Let's have a huge round of applause for her. A session that demonstrates the transformative power of technology in national security and crisis management. The opening plenary, Eyes in the Sky, Geospatial and Space in Surveillance and Crisis Management. This will take us into the world of geospatial intelligence and space technologies, exploring how they enhance surveillance, disaster response, and real-time decision-making. This session will highlight innovations that are strengthening our ability to monitor, protect, and respond efficiently, enabling a safer and more secure nation. We're privileged to have eminent speakers and experts with us today who will share their perspectives and experiences in this fascinating domain. Our first speaker, Mr. Rupesh Gandupalli, CEO XD Links Space Labs Private Limited, is a visionary leader driving next-generation space-based solutions for surveillance and strategic intelligence. He will provide insights into how space technologies are reshaping our capabilities in surveillance and rapid decision-making. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Rupesh.
Respected Chief Guest, Commodore Hemant Khatri ji, dignitaries, respected dignitaries, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning you all. As Commodore Hemant Khatri ji rightly set the tone for this topic, I think it's amazing to hear from him, from all his experience and the observation, how that India is shaping up and and also how this geopolitically the situations are, how dynamically the situations are playing out, and then the need for us to be self-reliance in terms of countermeasure, and then also be able to bring in the countermeasures, and also address the maritime, the use cases, what he actually described, and the maritime surveillance, and bring in that economy and security prosperity, bring in the technology innovation, and also the autonomous surveillance. So I think these points really help me to set the direction for me to add the technical flavor underneath these use cases. Thank you, sir, for actually amazingly narrated and summarized where we are today and what's the need of the hour, and then I'm going to cover how the industry XD Links Space Labs is actually working towards addressing that need. Yeah, so I think this is what I was trying to summarize, but I think as you rightly added the context to this, what is that the national defense priority 0? Basically it's bringing in recognizing the importance of the space. As Commodore Hemant Khatri mentioned, it's just integrating that space and the terrestrial infrastructure to actually bring in that effectivity in the surveillance architecture. So I think, as we all know, and then as we all notice that how the geopolitical situation in all of the world, not only around the countries like India, but as we know recent past experience between Russia and Ukraine, and then the Israel, and how that that side of the world is shaping up. I think all the national defense organizations have seen that importance of having the surveillance options from space, leveraging the space domain to bring in that surveillance capability, and also command that from space to operate the terrestrial driven vehicles like UAVs and things like that to actually countermeasure on the situations. And so ISR as as a use case, the ISR typically when we talk about it, it's all, we believe it's a defense related scenario, but ISR, intelligence and reconnaissance and surveillance, the whole solution what we are talking about today to actually bring in that capability for the defense activity has the dual uses, the dual function, the same capabilities what's been launched and operated will serve the civilian applications, in terms of the disaster management, in terms of the agriculture monitoring, in terms of urban growth, or any illegal activities within the land mass, and also that has the same functionality, serves the defense as well. The only difference between both the use cases is numbers. How many numbers we need to bring in that the high resilience and high cadence driven data versus the the other use cases may not require that kind of cadence, but still the sensor data and the use case is somewhat similar. So that means that the investments what's going to be getting into this building the ISR for any nation, I think we need one need to understand it has the dual function. That means this serves multiple purpose. So very high level, I'm going to just highlight the use cases what we have, what we are actually identified under the ISR scenario. The use case is the stack of the multiple resolutions, multiple sensors, multiple signal intelligence, a stack that actually combines with the autonomy in terms of connecting each other, brings that full ISR stack to mitigate that activity, and also do this intelligent processing to identify and countermeasure. So as we can see here, so we have 6 different use cases where the stack demands the higher resolution data covering the entire area of interest, more frequent revisit. That's what we call it a surveillance, where you have the data in every point or every scenario or every use case to cover up. That would actually helps us to identify the situation, to actually go after next layer satellites that would actually bring in the and capability driven with the very high resolution, where you can see through the situation better and also plan things accordingly. In combining that the spectral bands driven sensor data, combining that with the signal intelligence, with this microwave driven sensors hosting in the satellites, gives the ability to sweep through the signals in the different frequency bands and detect some determined models that actually helps us to identify, and then leverage the other sensor as a secondary primary to get the better data. And combining with that and then adding that other sensors which will enable the ultra high resolutions with the additional sensors like thermal, sphere, and microwave, and mid-wave infrared and long-wave infrared. So that actually adds different layers of the information to actually confirming and then understand and then assess the impact to actually go after the the countermeasures. So, and also bringing in this this real-time PNT that would help leverage this GPS denial situation, where that layer of the satellites will actually continuously help us to bring in that the positional accuracy of that the situations. So all along combine everything together is fusion data. So think about how this is going to be architectured in a overall ISR stack is the Google Earth 1x zoom and 2x zoom and 3x zoom basically. With the different layered information, combinedly will bring in that capability to have that self-resilience and self-reliance with the overall ISR as a function. When I say that tip and queue, as you mentioned, sir, about this autonomous surveillance, so connecting the satellite each other so that one satellite can send something to share that across, so that another sensor can process and also take some action to actually further analyze the data and then send the insights to the down for the further action. So. So from the technology point of view, to actually bring in this kind of capability, what is that the new ISR or the current ISR, what is currently the country has been planned to bring in demands is high agility operational driven satellites, where unlike some of the satellites what we are operating under ISRO, ISRO, program like AutoSat and all, it is a big satellite, but to actually bring in the satellites to be able to maneuver the satellite to bring to the area where the situation arises. So we need high agility operation driven satellites, and also we need high speed onboard compute to end the navigation to actually process the data on board, rather waiting for the data to come in all the way down and then process the data downstream. So do that some level of onboard edge compute module or AI processing, so that while we are waiting for downlink the data, heavy data, we can actually send the insights to the through the lower frequency bands, so that the data is available in real time. And to achieve that, what that requires is more maneuverability, more agility, more high speed. So now we're talking about this software defined satellites. That means we need to bring in the decision making on board, and also react and act to the situations independently, self-reliantly within the satellite itself. So for that, I think the stack what is demanded is make these subsystems more and more software defined, leverage that more advanced the microprocessors and then the chips being developed, and then bring in that software capability to be able to operate and to actually tune to that use case. And also bring in that autonomously in that operations. We actually define this complete ISR stack in space, and also can be linked down to the UAVs and then drones through the command control center. It's a three-layered structure. One being the surveillance layer, where you have the data more frequent revisit, but bit of the medium to high resolutions at 1.5, complementary with the hyperspectral and also 3D, the stereo imagery. And then the layer 2, so when I say the more frequent revisits, that means the number of satellites are much more, the constellation size is much more. To meet that criteria from the economics point of view, the sizes of the satellites should be much smaller, so that we can afford launching more, so that we can operate more cadence driven, so more data you have it. On top of that, as you can see through surveillance, anything reconnaissance is identified. You have that next layer satellites, which actually produces the more high resolution data, basically, complementary with the SAR, radar-based, the nighttime, the all-weather and day and night sensing, and also ELINT, which is the signal intelligence, basically. So to further to add, right, the new more advanced sensors, in the layer 3, so we are adding sub 30 centimeters up to 20 centimeters optical, the multispectral, the various spectral band driven sensor-based satellites, complementary with thermal IR and SWIR for the early warning and the other use cases. So all together is what we are designing as a full stack solution, out of which the Xilinx is currently working on building the satellite platforms along with the payloads required to configure so that we can start delivering and operationalize the satellites in space. So today we are launching our very first satellite multispectral with 1.5 in next 6 months. We already committed for the launch next 6 months, and we signed a contract with the government of India under the SBS3 to actually deliver 15 satellites to meet that sub 1 meters optical in we are on the schedule to deliver in 24 months, basically. And also we are actually launching a SAR, integrated payload satellite in coming February for one of the customers. And we developed the ELINT capability with our own baseband SDR, which is currently being tested on the drone, which is eventually going to be flown to space and build the heritage so that we can actually think about launching a constellation. So that's the progress. So this is what we, Xilinx, is actually configured as full stack at different layers, different use cases, different sensors. Combinedly is what we talk about a sovereign ISR mission as service. So one thing I wanted to highlight here, sir, we are not just developing this entire stack, not just for India. The use case is same across the globe. So what we are doing is we are actually operationalizing it, and we are building this the ready-to-launch satellite design, which has the heritage already established from the space, so that we are working with various other nations where either we build an entire satellite in India, or the way India has Make in India, other countries also have the Make in India, Make in their country. So we will be exporting all the subsystems, enable final integration to launch from either India or the US. So we are in talks with a few countries where they want us to build these satellites for their own surveillance. How we are achieving not only meeting that, integrating the sensors, but also meeting that the use case, the demand, the technology demand in terms of the high agility driven, operational driven satellites, or high speed buses, and the more storage driven and also high compute model. See, as I mentioned yesterday, by industry, space doesn't have the volume, right? So unlike the automotive and the consumer products, space doesn't have the volume. What we are trying to do is but there is nothing called space grade, which is available today, that is still valid to actually meet my new requirements. What we are trying to do is, we are trying to leverage the innovation from the neighboring industry, things like microprocessor storages and the GPUs, and then the the FPGAs and all, currently being developed for more autonomous vehicles, and then the high-speed consumer products. We are actually building the functionality, space, qualifying for the space grade, space environment, leveraging them, launching it, confirming that it's meeting that it's working still within that radiation patterns and everything, and then bring that into the mainstream production. Sorry. Going. Okay. So based on the platforms what we are developing, that Xilinx is building today 5 different satellite platforms ranging between 10 kg to 300 kg, leveraging these platforms with our own payloads what we are developing in-house, and also our third party, the technology partners developed payloads. We are actually positioning these platforms into various missions. One being ISR, what we described, what we just highlighted, and also we are actually building a comms payload that actually brings in this LEO-based communication network. We call it the private network, and also PNT to bring in that the navigational and the positional accuracy transformation, And then also like, leveraging the same platform to bring in the OTV, where like the OTVs will be leveraged to, enable the in-orbit maintenance. Like something goes wrong or like, something we need to refuel or like add the new fuel and all, that OTV platform. And also like, qualifying the same platforms to going after the deep space, where like, we have programs today, like we signed up to actually qualify one or two platforms for the deep space radiation environment, so that like these platforms can be leveraged to bring in some instruments to actually like do these reconnaissance around some of the asteroids. So as I mentioned, like, the surveillance layer, so this is the satellite, what we configured and designed, it's ready for launch. So the size of the satellite is about 25 kg with our own payload that actually like yields that 1.5 meters panachromatic with the 7 spectral bands, include with the AIS, with the ship tracking, basically. So this has like, dual payload functionality that will capture the image and also like, track the ships. And then this is the SWAT and all the specifications. And the layer 2 to support. So layer 2 to support, we have that like sub 1 meter, which is 70 centimeters multispectral. So this is the satellite design 2, about 80 kg. So just to highlight, right, the Cartosat is about 750 kg class. So we actually miniaturized to bring that overall dimension, the mass of the satellite to below 100. So like, instead of like one satellite, we can launch like 8 satellites together. And then this is the next satellite, which is like the 3D stereo capable. And then going to the next one, hyperspectral with the sub 60 meters. And then GeoInt and LINT capability. And combinedly, like what we are developing and then offering this full ISR stack. So today, we have these launches already booked. So we have about 28 satellites on order to build and launch by 2027. But these are the launches we already booked to launch different configurations and the different launch vehicles. With that, I would like to say thank you. And then if you have any questions, happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rupesh, for sharing such an insightful perspective. Your exploration of space-based surveillance solutions and their application in crisis management and national security, what makes your address truly compelling, not just today, but also yesterday, are the real-world use cases you shared from your experience at XD-Links. These are practical demonstrations that turn complex technology into relatable and applaudable outcomes. Thank you so much, Mr. Rupesh. Our next speaker for this plenary is Commander Prasad, YVV, Indian Navy, Senior Veteran, Principal Strategic Defense Advisor, Expert Strategic Professional Consultant, and Founder and MD of Prasad Consulting Hyderabad Private Limited. With extensive experience bridging defense strategy and technology, he brings a unique perspective on strategic implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Commander Prasad a warm round of applause as he joins us. Welcome, sir.
Hello. Thank you. Is it working? Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, friends. Good afternoon, all distinguished guests, and particularly from my eyes are so pleased to see plenty of naval officials and of course from Army. Wonderful. We've got a good forum, and my talk is in continuation to what I did yesterday. Yesterday I spoke about the radar and the EW fusion to counter the threats of stealth and hypersonics. That's the part of my first paper, which is Eyes of Sovereignty. Sovereignty is misunderstood that we are independent, we can do whatever it is. It is often misconstrued to some kind of high-level democracy. Please do not be under that impression at all. Sovereignty is the supreme authority. Do you have the supreme authority if you are dependent on other nations for your imports, particularly for your defense procurement? Not at all. Today our position is like this: for various hybrid circuits, system on chips, including chip capacitors, tantalum capacitors, chip resistors, tantalum capacitors, for some major circuits, and all the RF components beyond almost about 18 gigahertz, we are all dependent on different nations. And if you go for optics, the sensors, we are dependent on other nations. What are we doing? We are assembling, we are doing system integration, and we are very proud that we have produced excellent defense systems. But that's not going to be the case when we are going to be threatened by the new dimensions of warfare. Cyber warfare is going to be the fifth dimension. So are we ready for cyber war readiness in any form? Are we ready for cyber wars? Is there any cyber war readiness? Can we talk about sovereignty in the time of the cyber security threats? Do we have that cyber sovereignty? So this is the question which I would like to place in front of you. And I want to share with you, we are very unsafe. I'm using this word. We are very unsafe in the modern times when we are confronted by the cyber security threats, basically. And we had plenty of incidents. Some of them are on the web, and most of them are not on the web. In fact, under the confidential category, they are not even put to information to the public. So there, some of them, of course, are to the public. What I'm going to explain is perhaps a revisit of whatever has happened in India, and of course in other countries. And then you will realize the dimensions of the cyber threats. Then we are going to discuss, are we safe? If we have to be safe, what do we do? So yesterday part was, are we safe against stealth and hypersonics? And we were not safe, and of course I gave some kind of solutions. And today, if we are not safe about what exactly we have, about the cyber threats, and we want to claim cyber sovereignty, what should we do? So in quick 1 or 2 slides, I will tell you what am I going to end at finally. That is what my presentation is going to end. What am I going to talk finally? And then give you some kind of the thoughts about the cyber security, the threats we have. They are real, they are not virtual. I'm not talking about anything which is very high, which is actually factual, real, persistent. Just one point I would like to tell you. Advanced persistent groups we are talking about, task groups, which are almost 40 of them, 44 of them in China, each for one kind of cyber threat, to be very frank with you. Today we have various courses on ethical hacking. There are plenty of courses which are hidden and being conducted on unethical hacking. And we have cyber, in fact, rampant everywhere. And if that is the case, how do we modulate ourselves, transform ourselves, re-engineer ourselves to face and counter the cyber threats? That's the crux of my talk today. Nations may win battles on land, sea, or air, or even some space. But in cyberspace, even a single breach can decide the fate of the sovereignty itself. So let's not use the word sovereignty. We have got full claim on that, unless we are going to really enjoy and accredit ourselves with the superior authority even in the cyberspace. That's the objective. My talk is only going to enlighten on that point. So integrating space-based intelligence with resilient cyber frameworks to defend national command, and that's the point which I'm going to talk. So it's a national call. What do we do? Is the existing structure adequate enough for us? The existing structure is grossly inadequate. We're all scattered, fragmented. Army has its own, Navy has its own, and Air Force has its own, and paramilitary forces, auxiliary forces has its own, and civilian infrastructure, they have some of their own. but all of them are distributed. They're all in the pockets. But when it comes to the point of national security, when there is a call to actually collect ourselves, gather ourselves, and work together to have something which is a national threat, then we are all in pieces. We are not actually united. So there is a need for us to unite. And how do we do it? That's the point which I would like to bring in. I'm proposing something. There are some couple of proposals. Maybe they're all initiated already, but they're all not fully ripe. So therefore, there is a need to just ensure that these are all put in place as quickly as possible. In the process, we should have a doctrine. What is the doctrine? A cyber warfare doctrine. We have a doctrine for various things. This is the way we are going to do. See, we are going to exactly do this. If we are compelled or impelled by the forces of the enemy, then our reactions or responses are going to be this way, and that we will not hesitate to retaliate and give back the strike. So this is the kind of doctrine that we are talking about. And what kind of cyber doctrine will help us? And that's going to be the point. So assessing India's cyber vulnerabilities, justification for what I'm calling it as a tri-service cyber command, and in addition to that, National Strategic Cabinet Committee for Security. That is another point which I'm going to bring in. And strategic roadmap, what is for the 2030, because every year, every 6 months, we are hearing great incidents in cyber warfare. And we are not ready, gentlemen. Let's be very factual about it. Right? We need not pat ourselves. We have got miles to go before we sleep. There is no doubt about it. Sustained cyber intrusions. India is progressing very well. Whether it is India's GDP, economic front, or even if you say demographic results, or the kind of high dividends which nation does in terms of right from space, nuclear in different frontiers, India is phenomenally progressing. It's a point of eyesore to many nations. Let's accept it. The other nations are not so pleased. And again, you look at us. We started with non-alignment when we had the freedom. We said that we are not aligned to anyone, but we would like to be certainly with everyone. We are not aligned to anyone. Non-alignment happened to be our foreign diplomacy. What is the diplomacy today? It is a switching diplomacy. That is, we suit our convenience. We go with this country for a while. We would like to recognize another country, but we would like to buy procurement and have equipment from another country. So we are not worried about the hostilities across themselves, but we are trying to suit our own kind of position. So therefore, we have a switching diplomacy. We have transformed ourselves in our complete outlook, international outlook. Today, what our External Affairs Minister speaks is entirely different from what the other External Affairs Ministers, in fact, used to speak in those days. So we have a different position, which is happy for some nations, which is certainly an eyesore for many other nations, particularly for adversaries. And they are responsible for the cyber warfare against us. And they're not going to keep quiet. And cyber warfare is something which you need not announce. Normally wars are declared. So if it is a declared war, you can be ready. You can be prepared. If it is not at all declared, if it is not known, and it is going to be very silent, it is going to be passive, and it is going to have an ingress into your nation without your notice, without any kind of advanced information to you, then how are you prepared for it? So it's a surprise. It's not a surprise, gentlemen. It's a shock. And we are going to have shocks. We have had a shock in that Kundankalam nuclear project. We had shock in power grids. We had shock in DRDO. We had shock in number of places already in cyber. So we will see how we are going to handle it. Fragmented institutional structures. So therefore, we need to have a doctrine. How do we go about it? And the end is going to be what I am going to speak at the end. Let me give, because it's always necessary that you should know the destination before you embark upon your journey. You should know what we are going to hint finally if we are going to start the topic. Otherwise, it will be a meaningless topic. When you buy your ticket for your journey, you know where you are going. So when I start my presentation, you should know where I'm going to reach. So that's how I start, and I do. So the end is going to be, I'm going to insist upon or call upon that we should have a unified command a tri-service cyber command, and we should have a cabinet-level National Strategic Cyber Combatant Security Committee. And these are all imperatives. These are not optional anymore. They are not optional, they are imperatives. And we should have a cyber warfare doctrine, and then only we can talk about atmanirbharta. Atmanirbharta, we are talking about, can we do systems in our own country? That is not atmanirbharta. If we have got a 40%, 50% import for many of the strategic components, then we are nowhere near atmanirbharta. I've been hearing about this self-reliance right from 2000 onwards, in fact 1998 onwards. And we have termed it as atmanirbharta. Everybody is speaking, many symposiums, many seminars. But what is the truth? So how do you reach this atmanirbharta in cyber dimension, which is the fifth warfare dimension? I think you are aware, Stuxnet 2010. Iran had a problem. In fact, their nuclear plant, for months they had an issue. All the centrifugals, in fact, they were non-functional. And the operators could not know that they were not functional. The recordings were absolutely proper. So the records would show properly, but the functionalities would go haywire. And they took very long time. Almost from 2010, by the time they detected effectively that yes, there is a serious problem, there is a serious cyber threat. And that was about 2 years. That means for 2 years, they had gone through unknown cyber warfare. That's about Stuxnet. And it's there on the web. I can explain far more, but idea is not to explain Stuxnet. Idea is to come to the point. Stuxnet is a very thing, it's a nuclear facility of the Iran. It's an US intervention, there is no doubt about it. Let me be open on that. And so it was the first cyber warfare which had shocked the entire world actually. That is, passively some country can have an ingress into your country without you knowing, and there is nothing called a border. It is all cyber, and the entire major programs were put to threat. Then this WannaCry, it's again US, and they said it's a ransomware. It's across the business world in 150 countries, and it was a trade. Everyone has to pay in the bitcoins, and it was like a big epidemic, and it crippled many hospitals, logistics, and corporate systems worldwide. This is another cyber case. And the systemic impact of cyber warfare, there are many cases, even in India, I'm going to explain. And these are all state-sponsored. These are all not by individuals. They're all state-sponsored. So when I'm talking to you cyber warfare, I'm a very trained man. I have my post-graduation from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which is the world #1 in cyber. And I had done enough of cyber cases, cyber studies. And therefore, I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to you just as a topic that it comes by way. It's my profession. So therefore, I'm talking to you. And it's a state-sponsored cyber institutions. In fact, we have many things are sponsored from China and many from, of course, our other adversaries. And India is the prime target I mentioned to you. And there are hybrid warfare tactics. That is the modern cyber campaigns beyond espionage. In fact, there are systematic psychological warfare with cyber. Whether you take all your social media, you will continue to get lots of information which is misinformation. And that misinformation is going to swell your minds completely, paralyze your minds. Oh, this is what is happening. And that's not the truth. The cyber warfare can be psychological warfare in the social media as well. The Kundarkulam nuclear project, I think you are aware of it. It is in 2019 it happened. And that had a proper attack, particularly from Lazarus Group. Lazarus Group is from North Korea. And they attacked. And they wanted to do a sample attack, whether they could paralyze India for their nuclear programs. They were successful. So therefore, they entered our nuclear plants, not through the gates, and not through some kind of passes and labels, not through permissions. They entered in the cyber dimension. And they are successfully hindering our program. And again, northern power grid attacks, we had power grid completely halts. This is basically advanced precision target groups, which we had, advanced precision threat groups. These are all linked to China. And you will be surprised that there are more than 45 groups which are there in China, not one or two. And there are some groups specifically employed to keep looking at India. And this is about the advanced precision threat groups linked to China. They attempted systems to disrupt in 2021 and 22. The entire power, we had a complete power grid failure also as well. And the cyber espionage and the defense PSUs, we had the DRDO sites hacked completely. I don't know whether you are aware or not, it's on the news. They were hacked. The programs were hacked. As such, the programs are highly delayed. I'm sorry to make a mention. And there are many cases where they were hacked. Now come to the next point. Digital exploitation of border standoffs. See, various craft misleading narratives during tensions, particularly if there is some kind of a conflict that is going on. We had conflicts. We had conflicts with our neighbors. We had so many surgical strikes, etc. A lot of misinformation. You found a lot of information pertaining to even imagery that was not true. And who did all that? It's not exactly our adversary. The friends of our adversaries, they did that because they had the capability of the cyber intrusions. So we need to know that the cyber exploitation, that means the digital exploitation of the border standoffs, and particularly with reference to China, even today there is a confusion. There is a confusion in the diplomatic circles, which is what exactly is our border, what is not. And I'm sharing with you, there is a confusion. The confusion has come on account of the fact that the maps are in fact misaligned with reference to our interpretations. There's no single map. If you go to Google Earth also, it recognizes in a different way. So what is all this about? In one way, it's all a cyber dimension. Sorry. Evolving adversarial cyber warfare. Most of it is AI-driven malware and the zero-day exploits, that's called. A lot of malware. I mentioned to you the ransomware which was used by the US, and that crippled about 150 countries. And we are no exception, in fact. I don't know how many of you are aware. There are many things which happen without the guns and without the missile systems and without your satellite intervention. We are in a different kind of warfare game today. AI is very much into it. Yesterday, Air Marshal Bedi has explained to you the aspects related to AI and how AI is unreliable if we are going to use AI tools which are given by the foreign vendors to us. And this, they are going to be much more dangerous. And we'll come to that point, that cyber kinetic strikes and supply chain compromises, persistent state-sponsored campaigns, this is what I already mentioned to you. So what is the risks in imported defense software? We still continue to have systems from different countries, and we are so happy about using those software domains, in fact. We still have Windows-based real-time operation systems. US DoD has dumped the Windows as, in fact, as the most unreliable operating system for any kind of mission-critical requirement. But we continue to use. We are, in fact, glorifying it more and more. And from small-time vendors who don't even have a CMMI, we continue to buy them. And we are happy about it. And each one is trying to load their own cyberspace with this kind of imperfect programs and with this kind of cyber threat programs. And you all know that it's going to be a very big risk. And sovereignty is compromised by these vulnerabilities, which is particularly for foreign software. You see, there can be many corrupting commands. There are many time clocks, in fact. There can be many stop commands when it's exactly for your time of need. It may not work at all. It may not boot, or it may hang. It may go off. And the worst thing is, it may give you completely wrong interpretations, wrong readings. And if you are going to use your C4I to fire a missile on a particular bearing, instead of landing on the target, it will go about 12 miles off, or 20 degrees off. You are wasting your complete explosives. So there could be miserable issues. So we need to be very careful when we are importing the software. No import principle at all as far as the weapon systems is concerned, particularly the software. We need to have our own OS. Maybe we work around to have the systems independent of OS. That is also one way. And the power and nuclear systems prime cyber targets, energy sector, and I'm talking about the civilian infrastructure. Today, when we talk about cyber, it's not just for the military alone. It is for the non-military. Suppose you think that entire stock market is affected. What will happen? The economy goes for a jump. Suppose if the transport sector is affected, mobilization is gone. And if you suppose hospitals are affected, your health is at a big danger. So therefore, there are many things which can affect the civilian infrastructure, and we are going to be becoming a prey for such kind of adversaries. Energy sector, foreign intrusions on the critical infrastructure, and the blackouts as a strategic paralysis. Suddenly, you have some blackouts. And it happened in India, and some of them are not available to the media because obviously the government should be very, very careful in not putting them on board actually. In fact, there are a lot of confidential issues that have happened. I happen to know because I am in the business of it. And banking and finance, stock markets, and erosion of public trust and economic confidence, that is risk 2. Risk 3, talk about transport logistics completely, all transport networks. And all these things are if are affected, national supply chains. And what will happen to the nation? And without firing a single shot, the war is lost, or war is won, or the nation is put to a great calamities. What is war? Is the war always mean that you are looking at some kind of guns and missile systems? No, that's not the dimension of war today. We are under threat every day. Even every civilian, it's not the border soldier, he is under threat. Please understand. And cyber does not mean that you are losing 5 rupees, 10 rupees on your UPIs. That is not the cyber we are talking about. We are talking about the national adversities. That's what is the cyber we are talking about. So medical systems, health and medical. And it happened in UK. And so therefore, be very clear about India as well. And it happened during Corona times. I can talk about it for another 45 minutes, but that's not the idea. And Corona is actually a bio-war. There's no doubt about it. It's an RNA virus which was actually specifically inducted and put in. Many countries got crippled. And there's a big story. There is a big policy that has been derived by 6 nations. And public distribution and welfare. Suppose if public distribution is affected, then what will happen? You are not aware. They wanted to infringe even the pilgrim centers. There was an attack. Pilgrim centers. So all the tokens or tickets were given. They were null and void. So they had some kind of a experiment done on that particular thing as well. So it's a paralysis without a kinetic conflict. It is a digital collapse of sovereignty. Digital collapse of sovereignty. And therefore there is an urgency for the cyber command. There is an urgency. What is that cyber command which I am talking about? This is the tri-service cyber command. So all that fragmented structures we have, we unify them and we have them interoperable. Interoperable means you've got a unit A, you've got a unit B, you've got a unit C, you've got a unit D. There are so many units, there are so many actually the parts of the nation in different ways, state governments, the union government and the services. All of them have to blend together, work together. They have to supplement, complement each other, and they have to understand the portions, mega portions of this particular cyber warfare, and they have to work together, find solutions. And that's how it should be. It's not that you just go to police station and you fill up again and you give a complaint. And that's not going to be the cyber warfare. Certainly, that's not what we are looking at. And so TSCC, when I say Tri-Service Cyber Command, that becomes the strategic integrator. And what is the structure and what is the way we are talking about? We should have, I'm giving an idea. Of course, there is something which is going on in that particular angle, but it's not fully in place. But I'm just giving you an idea. It's a joint headquarters with verticals in the tri-service and AI Cyber Fusion Center, and that is there, which is the dedicated one. That will predict, that will detect, that will counter, that means it will continue to have its own kind of intelligence all around the world, depending upon what kind of threat groups are there, what kind of hacking groups are there, and what is the effect going to be. And that readiness is going to come. And then there will be an integration of electronic warfare and space commands with this particular TSSC. You can ask me questions after that, we'll talk to you. And there is a cabinet level, because finally ours is a civilian government. In fact, ours is a nation which in principle we want to work in a democratic way. But you see, we have to understand, apply this democracy in the dimensions of the cyber warfare today. and the AI intrusion. So there is a political oversight which is required, and therefore we are talking about National Strategic Cyber Combatant Security Committee, and that's the biggest one that works with the Tri-Services Command, and it's a cabinet level national command structure, and it works with TSSC. And okay, that's the need I have explained. And we need to have a doctrine I mentioned. I take another 5 minutes, I'll finish. And doctrine means it should have about some 4 or 5 elements. What makes a doctrine? What makes a doctrine is, it's a sovereign domain of warfare, we recognize that. And what is our posture for the defense and offense, of course, and deterrence? And what is the indigenous technology as a strategic core? And what is the integrated civil military cyber resilience? When we talk about cyber warfare, they are no different, that is, we are not different from the military space and the civilian space. Both are affected parties. It's not the borders, it could be in the center of the cities, actually. So, decisive response to the hostile acts. I gave a kind of a doctrine, and this is there on the papers, you can read it. Cyberspace is a sovereign domain, and it is not just only for the defense of land, sea and air. India shall adopt, Bharat shall adopt a posture of active defense and credible. No foreign origin software or hardware shall underpin India's critical defense. These are all the important points. And come to the last one. Any hostile cyber attack against India's sovereignty will invite proportionate and decisive response, affirming Bharat's resolve to secure its digital frontiers and maintain global credibility. So there are some aspects about it. How do we protect assets? And what is our statement? And that's the doctrine. So what are the technology enablers? We have AI, and AI has to be our own. It can't be that we are dependent upon some AI which has come from China, which has come from US, and use that for us. And we forget that actually we are giving away all our data and our information and intelligence by using that AI. The moment you put your ChatGPT in your laptop, please be understood that you have already become slave to someone else. Your whereabouts are known. What you do is known. What you are doing is absolutely understood by all. You may get some kind of information, but that's a big bargain. Already the privacy of yours, the thoughts of yours, the conduct of yours, the technological behavior of yours, they're all negotiated on your ChatGPT already. You are giving away to someone else. So AI, not only ChatGPT, many others. So AI-driven protective defense, real-time anomaly detection, autonomous cyber combat agents. So these are all the technology enablers. And again, deep technologies, quantum computing, quantum safe encryption, indigenous cyber hardware software stacks basically. This is what he was talking about with the previous. We need to have our own indigenous stacks and fusion of cyber and electronic warfare. These are the technology aspects when we have to attack and counter the cyber warfare. Yesterday I mentioned about force to company model. So I am the buyer, you are the seller. So I will go about my book. You sell me the things. So I will take 2 years to buy from you. This kind of tamasha will not go on anymore. This kind of books, this kind of method of working, this kind of tendering, and this kind of procurement, and this kind of point that only there are some powerhouses, only they will be enabled, and others have to work as actually satellited to them, that means enslaved to them. This cannot go on. The entire intellectual content of this nation has to be harnessed very well. The entire intellectual abilities of everyone, be it you and be it him and be it her, wherever it is, we would like to have it. And therefore, how do we harness the intellectual potential of this country, and how do we go about? How do we deviate from the very conventional norms? How do we actually march into the modernity of our procurement? That actually is an essential topic when we progress further. What we have been doing, we cannot continue to do the same. Very important point about this force to company. So military industry academia partnerships, they're shortening the innovation cycles, and we can't have years and years. So there is no incentive for a strategic entrepreneur who wants to put into a defense today. because he cannot claim any kind of positive balance sheet for next 4 years. That's the kind of gestation time we have. Unfortunate. And there is no gazette that comes from, unlike UK. In UK, I just want, not only in UK, in other countries, there is a gazette that comes. This is what we are going to procure. The Ministry of Defense actually publishes that gazette. So the entire industry gets geared up for that, 1, 2, 3. But that's not the case in our country. We got surprises. And the global lessons, Ukraine withstood with a lot of resilience with the NATO support, because otherwise there were lots of cyber intrusions by Russia. Not only the bombings, a lot of cyber intrusion was there in Ukraine. And the Middle East, in the Middle East we had many, apart from the Iran itself, in fact, civilian infrastructure prime targets, cyber and electronic warfare, and civilian escalation risks. There are plenty of there. In fact, the power, water, transport systems, they were all attacked. And we have to have lessons when we talk about our tri-service US Cybercom, and they have different forward strategic doctrine. They have a preemptive campaign disruption. They have doctrine-driven institutional clarity. Equally, they are having cyber commands. But high time we need to go by such kind of level, structure, proportions, and that kind of institutionalization. The global lessons even from China. So this is the roadmap. We should have a TSSC and the National Security Committee, Cabinet Committee. We have cyber EW fusion operationalized. We should have our own kind of an AI. We should have all the preparedness with advanced technologies, including quantum safe encryption and EW infusion. We have to have atmanirbhar in the cyber dimension, in the cyber ecosystem. Then only we can have cyber sovereignty. Takeaways. Cyber is the fifth dimension of war, a fifth domain of war. There are persistent state-sponsored threats from other countries when we have to have an... You can ask me any question.
So is India building a unique...
I will tell you one thing. If it can come in one day, it will take 1 year to come. I'm so sad about it. And we need to be very sorry about our game. And we pose democracy as a point which obstructs the speed. I don't think so. It is the people, their mind, the angle of corruption. Mind is corrupted before the pockets get corrupted. I think we need to change. I'm a very harsh voice to explain the truth. I worked extensively with many government departments. I was part of MOD. And I was part of many committees I had seen. We had great leaders, of course. I worked with them. If it can take 1 day, it is taking about 6 months to 1 year. So if only we can improve upon the speed. We understand the emergency, not even the urgency. We appreciate actually the... But the effort is already on. Effort is already on. The bus has started, and I hope it reaches the destination. Next. Any other question, please?
We are talking about cybersecurity, right?
Yes.
My concern is, even though we have all the hardwares, the post-processing we are using for mapping, right? It's mostly third party.
Yes. See, first of all, in whichever dimension you work, ultimately the predictions, the solutions, the engagement, neutralization are all going to be dependent on decisive software. There's no question. Whether you have conventional systems, whether you have the advanced systems, finally, the target designation, the target computing, and the threat neutralization are all going to be on in integrated way a decisive software dimension. And if that is going to be hacked, if that is going to be threatened, then obviously we are completely compromised in our warfare, whether it is on land or sea or air, or not only in the kind of things which I have explained to you. Yeah. So therefore, we must put in every effort when we deliver a weapon electronic system or when geospatial sensing system, including the satellites, you know that they are amenable for the cyber attacks? Do you know that NRSAs are amenable to the cyber attacks, please? The way that we are trying to build, we are not cyber hardened. We are producing the systems. We are not cyber hardened. So even in the geospatial software, even in your systems which you are going to be putting and as the payloads in the satellites or the drones or wherever it is, we need to be very careful about our cyber electronics. And that's what is the message.
It is just a doubt actually, because see, we are talking about data here. Data is more critical or useful. In our case, we are sharing with a third-party software where we are using the software to post-process it. So why there is no, I do know, I do have a little bit knowledge that only ISRO has some post-processing softwares, which is not available for public. But we have a lot of drones, air-based surveys or road-based surveys, where they're taking a lot of 3D mapping and everything. But end of the line, right? It's
the existing methods, what you are talking about, the drones or whatever we have, including in whatever we have in certain submarine fire control system electronics and the surface fire control system electronics, and the combat management systems or platform management systems, or the CAIO which we talk about, Command Aided Action Information Organization, all these things have got phenomenal risks. Because first of all, they are OS dependent. And OS we have is many of them, if you take even the electronics warfare systems, I spent about 13 years in the electronic warfare itself. We were doing on the Windows. And somebody, in fact, the US made it on Solaris, and we thought, it would be good for us to transform it or convert it from Solaris to the Windows. We did it for one of the underwater submarine electronic warfare systems. We are doing all mischief at this point of time. I use the word. We should come off that. We have no liberty to put the nation on threat by our immature acts of knowledge. No. Just by going for some kind of unreliable software, unreliable RTOS, and the way we are doing half-assed, in spite of the fact that we have got ISO 27001 and various other kind of cyber restrictions. But we are doing very half-assed. Even services are buying in a very half-assed way in many of the softwares, particularly for the weapon electronics. They all must come to a stop. Who will tell them? The TSSC will tell them. The cabinet committee of the cyber security, that will tell them. If you and I tell them, they won't listen. So it has to become a dictum, that has to become a doctrine. And that's what I am saying. Next point, please. At this point of time, gentlemen, we are at the verge of threat and the cyber risks. No doubt about it. Don't be surprised in next 2 months or 3 months, something else is going to be attacked. Because we have not developed the advanced precision cyber protection groups. We have not developed so far. Whereas threatening the world, China has about 44 of them. That's the point. We have to be very careful. We have to populate ourselves, we have to progress ourselves in relation to what our adversaries are. That's how we manage the threat, and that's how we pose the deterrence. Any question, please? Anything further? I know it has taken enough time. And I'm available, I'm contactable, my cards are here. My paper, full-fledged on this particular subject, is also available. That will be with the organization. And you may write to me, you may talk to them, and you will get the copy of the paper. You can be in touch. I'm actively working with reference to the cyber warfare threats. I'm trying to do as much as I can do for this nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commander Prasad, for your thought-provoking address. You left us with a question that lingers. Are we truly safe? A reminder that security today extends beyond physical borders. Your insight on cyber warfare, the importance of a refined tri-service cyber command, and the urgent need to secure the digital battlefield highlight how modern conflicts are being redefined. Overall, your strategic insights into the application of geospatial and space technologies in defense and crisis management have inspired us to think innovatively and strategically about the challenges and opportunities ahead. Thank you once again, Commander Prasad. Our next distinguished speaker for this plenary, ladies and gentlemen, is Dr. Swarna Subbarao, former Surveyor General of India, Surveyor of India, Government of India. His profound experience in geospatial intelligence has played a crucial role in shaping strategic decision-making at the national level. Dr. Subha will shed light on the critical role geospatial data plays in enhancing situational awareness and crisis response. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we heartily and warmly welcome Dr. Subha on the stage. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The topic given is Eyes in the Sky, Geospatial Space and Geospatial and Space in Surveillance and Crisis Management. Unlike the other speakers and many of the people present here, I spent most of the time in the civilian sector. I was, Survey of India was headed by generally the army officer. Surveyor General was most of the time an army officer. And I am one of the very few civilian surveyor generals of this country. And I had the privilege of having served for a very long time, the longest time till today. Anyway, coming back to the topic, eyes in the sky. There are many people, soldiers, sailors, and uniformed people here. What is the importance of eye in the sky? Why do we need an eye in the sky? Okay, I'll tell you a small joke here. See, on the border of India and Pakistan, a small hill is there and war is going on, battle is going on. Pakistan is on that side of the hill and Indians are on this side of the hill. So anybody puts his head, he is immediately shot. So nobody could progress. From the Indian side, somebody had a bright idea. He came up and he shouted, Rahim Khan, kaun hai, uska chitti aaya hai. Then immediately somebody stood up there and मैं रहीम खान हूँ, तो उसको गोली मार दी. Then the other side, they also have the brain. They also had some discussion. And वहाँ से another bright man came. And वो भी चुपके से, he shouted ऊंची आवाज में, बोल दिया, बोले सोनिहाल, अपने तरफ से उठ गए दो, सत श्री अकाल. Immediately these were shot. See, it is just a joke, but the importance is that why should you have an eye in the sky? In the warfare, what I understand, what many people say is that what you have on the other side of the obstruction, whether it is a hill, whether it is a building or a wall, that plays a very, very important role. If you can see through that, you can see what is there on the other side of it. You can evaluate the enemy, you know what he has, what he doesn't have, plan yourself, and carry out your operation. That is the importance of that. Fortunately, today, we have reached a level with the drone technology, with the satellite technology, and aircrafts, of course, are getting reduced in this area, in surveillance and all. We are in a position to put our eye in the sky and see what is happening on the other side of the border. Okay. But I think this is not sufficient. Everywhere this is happening. Everywhere today, every country has a drone, has good quality of drone, whatever it is. Surveillance drones, they have become common. They can also do the same thing. Then what is the next step? We have to be ahead of the others. Probably, my opinion is that today, whether you have a drone or you are looking at the battlefield through the satellite, the process today, maybe up to a few years ago, maybe we would have advanced because these are not known to the civilians immediately. The process would have been that you get the imagery or the picture of the battlefield from the satellite to the command center evaluates it and communicates it to the battlefield, to the battle tank or soldier or somebody, and they take action. There is a time lag. There's a process to go on. Probably we have to think of, or we may be already thinking in that direction, that today is the time where eye in the sky is not sufficient. We have to have a command center in the sky itself. The drone itself should be in a position to see, evaluate the imagery, evaluate the movement of the imagery, evaluate everything, and pass on the instructions directly to the battlefield. Okay, if that happens, then I think we are in a much advanced situation. I think that may be necessary today. But there are many challenges in that, which I am sure our our entrepreneurs and our companies will be able to overcome that. The challenges that we may come across is, first is the interference. You send a signal, like that is what the cyber hour is. You send a signal, you distort the signal, the value of the signal is gone. That interference is going to be a major thing. And then exposure. You have a drone, you have a command center in drone, the other man also has, it is exposed, then again the value goes down. So this way I think we have to think of others. Now comes, after having all this also, the role of geospatial technology, geospatial data comes into picture now. Drone or a aircraft or a satellite, or even sometimes from oblique photography also we can collect it. After that what? See, in the situations like war or even in the civilian domain, for everything, for every activity that we need, we have to execute that, a project or a war or everything on the ground. Unless you know about the ground, about that data that gives you the topography of the ground, it is not possible to implement many of these things properly. So geospatial data comes into picture there. And again here, the issue and you have all the other facilities separately, it is insufficient. You have to integrate these two things. To integrate geospatial data with the other data, like say you have in the, in the weaponry, a lot of software is used today. See, the weaponry has to understand what is geospatial data. Generally what we do is, after geospatial data is created, in GIS system, based on the, we create a geodatabase to suit the application. So here, again, what I say, a lot of expertise is there. Already we have acquired. There are many companies in India who are doing a good job. And how, in minute or two, earlier if you see, we had triangulation to fix any point, to know the coordinates of a point. We used to carry out triangulation using normal field methods. To carry out, to find the coordinates anywhere where the triangulation network is not there, it used to take sometimes weeks, 2 to 3 weeks also. Here, I worked here in Vizag for about 9 years heading the office here. One particular point took me, which was in the city, to give control to that, it took me 36 days. Okay, because the other things were very far, we had a lot of other issues also. Today, you have a GPS, we have GPS in our smartphones. Instantly, it takes a few seconds to know the coordinates of where you are standing. Combined with this, the course network, which is available in the country at some place, network in the country, most of the smartphones, they can turn into a GPS receiver. A GPS receiver of survey quality. You get maybe 30 to 40 centimeter accuracy there, horizontal, and maybe a meter vertically. So that way we have come a long way. We are very good in geospatial technology. And the result of this is that earlier, to get a map, all the soldiers, sailors, everybody, even the civilian side, we need a map. To do any kind of planning, the most basic, the most basic infrastructural tool of planning is a map. And earlier, prior to the computerization, prior to the digitation of a map, we used to get a map of almost 15 years old, because the mapping cycle was about 10 years. See, it is almost 15 years. Today I conceive, today the government says that I need the map of this particular district. Then it is given, the order is given, then we provide the control, then we carry out the survey, then we send it to the drawing office for making it, print ready, and then we print it and bring it to the people. It used to take 15 years. The mapping cycle was, even though on paper it was 10 years, it used to be 15 to 20 years. From that, today we have come to a stage where the mapping cycle is not in days, it is almost in hours. You take the drone photography, some of the survey quality drones, they have onboard GPS. So the image you get is geo-corrected and it is as good as a map. In fact, maybe slightly it has a little advantage over a map, because in a map we take out certain features to avoid cluttering and all. In an image, you have everything ready. Okay, see, we reached that kind of a stage today, and many places, like many states, when they carried out recently the cadastral survey, they have adopted these methods. So this is, as I say, across the country, we have acquired that kind of a ability. And then, why do we need geospatial data in all this is, to put it very simply and flatly, is that even though you know there is an enemy vehicle or enemy people, platoons or something like that, to go there to take any action, you need its address. Okay, once you have the address, you have the orientation, you know how to go there, how to do that direction, everything comes into picture. And that particular component is given by the geospatial data. That is the only thing. To put it very flatly, geospatial data gives you an address of an object or whatever it is that you want. And today, most of the people, what I say is, yesterday I had a discussion with Mr. Rupesh, I think, or I don't remember, no, not with you, some other person, is that we have in this geospatial domain, the people who are working, they generally stick to one kind of technology. Like if somebody is an expert in remote sensing, they recommend only high resolution satellite imagery, even for survey also. And it is very, very advantageous if you combine 2-3 technologies. Like what I'm trying to say is that, see, in some areas, we need a ground resolution of, let us say, 10 centimeters. We take 10 centimeter resolution and we carry out the project. And it is if it is of repetitive nature, generally most of them are cyclic. Every 15 days, or not 15 days, it is too high. Maybe every 3 months or 6 months we have to do it. Okay, in such a scenario, every 6 months if you want to take that 15 centimeter imagery through the drones, it is a very expensive affair. What one can do is one cycle with 15 centimeter and rest of it using satellite imagery. Even if you have a 1 meter resolution satellite imagery, you integrate both of them. You know only the trouble areas where you have to go and do the additional work. You can carry out additional investigation and come out with the facts. These kind of facilities are available, which I think will bring down the project cost and makes it more efficient also. And even in the geospatial data, and when it is used in the project, we are again limiting in some areas. Like GIS typically, Geoinformation System, gives you, once you have the data, geospatial data and non-spatial data integrated into a geodatabase and using the software, it gives what is known as a decision support system. It gives you certain certain things like you put a fence and say, how many houses in this area have more than 20,000 rupees income? It gives you the number. These kind of things. Say you have working on a soil. How much of, what is the area of the soil that has more than 20% moisture content? It gives you. See, then based on that, the person has to take a decision. The expert, the domain expert we call, he has to take a decision. But I think with the entry of AI, we have crossed one stage. We are going into the stage where GIS delivers not only decision support system, the decision support system can be converted into a, decision management system. You can deliver the decision. The decision need not be taken by the domain expert. You give all the parameters to that. It gives you a decision management system, or if you go further, it can go to the extent of decision implementation system also. A decision implementation system, what I mean is that, say, in the barrages you have gates, floodgates are there. See, we can bring it to that level that after the level crosses certain height, the gate has to open on its own. To that extent, it is possible to do it with the present technology that is available. I think we have to do that. Yeah. And secondly, even in the disaster management, in the disaster situation also, GIS plays a very big role. I can give you an example. It was, I think, 2014 or so. We had a super cyclone in Andhra Pradesh. Here only, from Srikakulam, Orissa coast to almost Visakhapatnam, it was there. And on that day, see, not even GIS was used, only geospatial data was used during that time. Mr. Chandrababu Naidu was the Chief Minister, and I had a call. I think I was director, I have received a call from the state government saying that due to handle this cyclone, they need the geospatial data. Immediately I got in touch with my Delhi office where we had all the data, and by night 12 o'clock, we have uploaded all the maps, the coastal maps, to the government of AP. Then later it was mentioned that there was no human life, there was no loss of human life in that particular exercise because the data was given in time. The maps, all that they could get, they got it in time, and they have done an excellent job. And the disaster management was very, very, effective because of that. That is the power of geospatial data. Also, with the present technology available, using drones, GIS, and artificial intelligence, we can, come out with the systems where the troop movements, the militant combing activities, all these things can also be managed very, very effectively without any losses. Okay. And then I would like to make one point, because there are many people are involved. See, all of us are working only towards this, that Indianization of what all we are doing, or atmanirbhar, that is what it is. There is one particular principle in traffic engineering. I am a traffic engineer also. I did my MTech in transportation engineering. There is a principle that says that don't make a law which people will not obey. In the sense, say a highway is going through a forest area, there you put a board saying that, look, let us say there another road is joining, you put a board saying that, look and proceed. Nobody will listen to that. Okay. So that way, and the other one is accommodate certain things into our system. Like another this thing, even again I take the example of traffic engineering or transportation, where across the country we have tailors on the road. On the roadside there are tailors. You can't remove them at all. So the solution for that is that while designing the road itself, you accommodate them. In the sense, we make provisions for these people when the road is made. If we do that, we can survive. See, these are the special characteristics of our country which we have to accommodate. Okay. So when we do this, I think we should remember to, when you do Indianization or Atmanirbhar, which is meant for India, the characters of India should be taken into consideration. Then only it becomes more appropriate and easy to implement also. Another example I would like to give you here is that in the disaster management scenario, the Department of Earth Sciences came out with Department of Earth Sciences, they issue the cyclone warning messages. You know, all the cyclone warning messages are given to the collector, to the tahsildar, to all the revenue department well in advance. They get the messages on their mobile phones. And believe me, I have interacted with many state governments. None of them look at that and take action on time. Only when the sky becomes cloudy, when the drizzle starts, everybody is on the road trying to do that. Okay. And another worst thing, see, to mitigate, to come out of this thing, Department of this Earth Sciences Department, along the coast, they wanted to put some pillars, cement pillars to mark the boundary, ICZM boundary, integrated coastal zone boundary. You know, the worry was that they have put it in some places and people took those pillars to break the pillar and take the reinforcement. There are steel reinforcement in that. To sell the reinforcement, those pillars were stolen. Okay, of course I had a different solution. I have joined them and I gave a solution that to that pillar we have given additional features. Like pillar will have some lamps, green, red and all. And then we send a signal to the pillar also. By just putting a mobile chip in that, we can do that. So then what happens is, first warning, yellow light. Second warning, the green, whatever the color they use. These kind of things, we thought we will make it. Then at least people will respect and then they will not touch that pillar. So these are the things. See, leave alone what I say, the country's welfare or it is needed for the country. All that feelings are set aside. They'll put it aside and they don't mind stealing a pillar, a simple pillar, for the sake of maybe half a day wage. That too, it is not coming freely. Breaking a concrete pillar, it really needs muscle. Okay, they do it. See, these are the things I think, because most of it we are talking is in the software domain, so it is very comfortable. When we want to land these things, these are certain challenges I think we have to attend to. Okay, then I think, okay, that's it. I conclude here, and before I conclude, I just would like to say that I am based at Hyderabad. I am presently working as a director with ACS Technologies Hyderabad, where we are into telecom industry. We do a lot of work for the telecom, and then IoTics, and then we are into GIS and drones also. GIS in a big way, and drone manufacturing also. We are doing that. In that direction, if anything is required, I am available for that as well. Okay, with this, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all. Thank you for your patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Subha, for your invaluable insights. Your emphasis on geospatial data and on precise geospatial intelligence and its practical applications in disaster response and national security, transforming digital decision system into decision management systems, have truly broadened our understanding of this very vital field. We wholeheartedly thank you for your presence. To honor and felicitate our distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, for sharing their expertise and time with us today, I would like to invite Commodore Hemant Khatri sir on stage, please. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And let us now invite our speakers for the felicitation. May I please invite Mr. Rupesh, requesting you to please join us on stage and accept the token of appreciation. Thank you, Mr. Rupesh. Humbly inviting Commander Prasad. May I also invite Dr. Swarna to please join us as we applaud your contributions. Yes, sir. An energetic round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please. We conclude the opening plenary, and now we move to a session that showcases the cutting-edge advancements in aerial autonomy. Plenary 2, Autonomy in the Skies, Drones, UAVs, and Airborne Platforms. This will explore how drones, unmanned aerial vehicles, and advanced airborne platforms are transforming defense, security, and commercial operations. This session will also highlight innovations in AI, integration, and autonomous capabilities, illuminating the path towards fully autonomous aerial systems that enhance operational efficiency, strategic advantage, and safety. Our speaker for this session, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sajid Mukhtar, Chairman cum MD, Roto Group of Industries, is a visionary leader driving innovation in UAV and airborne technologies. He will provide insights into how autonomous platforms are shaping the future of defense, surveillance, and commercial aerial operations. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Sajid on stage. Welcome, sir.
It's actually a very wrong time because you're standing in between lunch, food, and presentation. So I don't know how many of you will be interested to look into this or to have food. Anyway, I'll start with drones. I'll probably have to rush through it. Rotor Group of Companies is a 90 years old company, started in 1936 and started at a place called Roorkee, which is in district Haridwar, Roorkee, with surveying instruments. The first instrument actually was gone to Survey of India in a shape of a proportional compass. This was in 1937 or 38. It has a long legacy of instrumentation, manufacturing, and then going into geospatial domain with a lot of modern technologies as the generation changes. So I am a third generation entrepreneur. The first generation started with traditional drawing, mathematical, and cartography instruments. The second generation came into optomechanical systems. The third generation came into LiDAR, GNSS, and the fourth generation is now in drones, AI, and robotics. So I'll wrap it up quickly if I can. We did a lot of digitization of land records, supplying total stations and mobile mapping systems back then. We also used our influence and the global presence all over the world. Bought over companies in United States, in Toledo, Ohio, bought over a company in Germany, maintaining the autobahns, the road for payment management systems, crack monitoring, detecting, and other stuff. Been a chairman on Indo-German Chamber of Commerce, built up the first mobile mapping system in the world, designed the first ATEX certified underground scanner, did a lot of special or tough jobs in geospatial domain where people have started scratching their heads. Also involved in a lot of skill development with NIGST, Survey of India in Hyderabad, where we teach them or send our faculties to teach the people for modern surveying. Signed the first contract for drones with Surveyor Journal in 2017-2018. Started mapping with the Ministry of Defense at higher altitude in places where the drone was becoming a challenge. Started training the defense personnel how to fly a drone, single man operation, one button push or something like that. So over a period, 4 generation has gone into a lot of design, development, supplies, and we take this proudly that we have done our bit as an entrepreneur. Some recognitions by the magazines or by the Ministry of Civil Aviation, also awarded as the best drone company. By Ministry of Civil Aviation, Airport Authority of India, and FICCI. Started a largest drone manufacturing factory in district Haridwar in Roorkee, opened by the Chief Minister of Uttarakhand. Yeah, that's something of background. Group of companies, 7 companies, $1.6 billion worth globally into instrumentation, services, consultancy, design, development, and a lot of stuff. So I am actually making it quick. I started drones in 2015 and I designed the first drone in the place called Adelsschlag in Germany. I shifted to Germany 35 years back. And that was a fiasco. We couldn't do things in a much better way. But 2017, we came up with a fixed-wing eVTOL. That was the first drone that we shifted to India. 2018, we were the largest supplier of drones, fixed-wing, to Government of India and Survey of India. As on today, we have about 700 units in the air, the largest fleet anywhere globally. So this is our most successful model, Trinity F90 Plus. It's a 90 minutes endurance eVTOL, takes off 5 kgs weight, and fixed-wing eVTOL, and covers about 7.5 square kilometers in one single flight. Can carry multiple payloads, starting from high-resolution camera to a oblique camera or a LiDAR or a multispectral, you name it. Everything is there. Mentioned by the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself in his Mann Ki Baat for the work that we have done. He mentioned it a couple of times. We have been associated in most of his projects in India, starting with Swamitwa, and then Naksha, now running Amrut, a lot of projects that we have been doing. So I'll just quickly present this is one project that we did in Panna Tiger Reserve, where we developed an artificial intelligence software as well to recognize and find crocodiles, male, female, pregnant, not pregnant, what is their habitat, how many are numbers, everything automatically by a software, designed, developed, end-to-end solution provided by us. So this was done with a high-resolution camera. I think most of the people have left Sarthak for lunch. Yeah, so probably we can take our own sweet time because the rest of the people may be really interested. I have always been using technologies for constructive purpose. It's only the next generation which has started using it for military use or for dual cases. So I did most of the things, for example, this was to find palatable water under a heavily vegetated land. This was done with the WII and Battalion 501 to find out where the streams are. This was done with a LiDAR. And if you see these four things, this is what you get. So you get a point cloud, you get a bare earth model, you can generate your contours on it, and you can also extract 3D features out of it. All in one solution with one single flight. You cannot see or penetrate anything in the vegetation that you have. It's so densely vegetated on the top. So something like that, this is what our core competence is. This was the first bird that we flew for Nawami Gange in Rishikesh. This was again a challenge because it is Himalayan challenging terrain where you have a lot of downhills, wind conditions, updraft, downdraft, eddies, and whatever. This was the first LiDAR flight ever taken off in India. It had a rotary LiDAR which gave us something like this. Beautiful Ganges. So this is a digital surface model. You cannot have a better model constructed by any other technology. And then you create this. You can see Rishikesh, Lakshman Jhula, Ram Jhula, and other things also on this. And then you create a digital elevation model. So there is no other technology which can be so quickly implemented and the results are driven so fast. Survey of India back then was constructing or doing mapping of 1:50,000 or maybe 200,000 scale. Now we are doing mapping with Survey of India in 1:500 scale. So we are talking about 5 centimeter to coming down to 1 centimeter level of mapping. Then we design our own softwares where you can have your own cross-section, L-section, where you have, because this is what the engineer understands. They understand a 2D planimetric output on the paper. So 3D is nice to see for administrative purpose, but when it comes to drawing and design, then this is what you need. Cut and fill, area, volume calculations, cross-section, L-section, all this end-to-end solution provided by us from the hardware to the software and to the hand-holding and training. This was another quick pilot project was done with the Kamakhya temple, one of the oldest temple in India, about 1,000 years old. And this was against a court order. They wanted to have a quick decision to be made, extension of the road, approaching road to the Kamakhya temple. So this was done in about 2 hours. The drone was launched from the same area where the temple is, inside the temple, and it was caught back at the same place. And this is what we get from the data. This is what we acquired. And 50 points per square meter. So imagine the kind of information you're deriving. You slice through anywhere, any cross-section, you have a coordinate. Give titles to the people, poor people who are not having any title. So it's something like a card where you can go to the bank and you can get your bank loans or anything a villager can get. And this was done by us, by Trinity F90+. The same drone is on display in the booth as well. You can come and see it. Then we took another step forward. It was into a 3 dimensions. So now we were doing only remote sensing photogrammetry. So right? Then we went one step into 3D. So you can have LOD2 basically. So we incorporated an oblique camera with 5 sensors looking forward, backward, left and right and center. You're stitching about 120 megapixel of imagery, and you get a 3D mesh automatically where every single point cloud is georeference. You click on the imagery, you can get the dimensions. This was the basis that formed Naksha, and Naksha was derived from this. And this was done by Survey of India at different levels in Pune, in Aurangabad, in Tamil Nadu, or in the south. And that's how the Naksha evolved, and now Naksha is coming for 1,000 cities to make them smart cities. And this is now been mandated by Survey of India that these are the technology that you have to use if any service provider is doing this. Then we launched the first helicopter drone, which is being shown here. You can see it. I don't know why it's not working. Yeah. So this drone is capable of carrying about 10 kilos, can fly about 90 minutes. It can fly in challenging terrains. It has an envelope of flying for 6,500 meters. It can carry anything up to 10 kilos. And this is the first double redundant terrain engine model designed, which you can see at the booth. We are just showing it there. You can, the MOD is using it for launching missiles in the air. You can use it for any kind of surveillance or for shipping out strategic medicines, blood samples, organs, or anything you want up to 10 kilos. Very stable platform, has a parachute for the first time. It has double redundancy, so one motor fails, the other motor will kick in, and it flies. 100% made in India. It can take a lot of expensive sensors in the belly, can fly. Then this is what I wanted to show to the Indian Navy guys, but I think most of them are really hungry, so they left in between and went outside. Indian Navy has nothing for underwater bathymetry as of now. This is the first sensor that we have supplied to the German armed forces, to Romanian armed forces, and recently to the Spanish people. This is a green laser which can actually penetrate 2 Secchi inside the water, so you can have a very good detection of the floating mines if you are in deep waters, or if you are on the shallow waters, you can have the entire geography under the water. This is now been, we are flying it in Gulf of Mannar for dugong mapping and finding the seagrass and the dugongs present around that. But this is something the Indian Navy should have, or a must-have kind of a product. I was talking about it yesterday to the guy who came in from the Navy, and anyway, unfortunately, nobody's around. This should have a sound also, right? So I can't hear the sound. So after 8 years of selling drones to Government of India, the Government of India finally started a PLI scheme where they were actually paying cash. Surprise. They were paying cash to the companies who were actually building drones. So then one day I saw crores of rupees sitting into my bank account. I was really shocked because in 40 years of my business life, nobody gave me money like that. The government will be the last person. But when we got this money in the bank account, so we thought what to do with this money, because we don't need it. So we said, okay, we will start investing into drones. We start designing our own drones. and we will start looking into drones seriously, because drone is our 10% business. It's not our main business. We don't, this doesn't give us revenues. We collect revenues from all over the places, but not from drones. So I designed and developed myself. I have an instrumentation engineering and a surveying background. This drone, which is a Lego of drone, I used to play with Legos when I was a kid. So this is the only drone which you can use for multiple payload. You can use it for surveying, mapping, LiDAR, multispectral, surveillance, night vision, disaster management. You can put it on a tether. It can fly for 24 hours. For 5 days, we have tested it. And very portable, backpack portable, just under 4 kilos. So it comes under class C2. The first drone which got 3 international patents, it automatically adjusts the center of gravity. This drone can actually be converted into a hexacopter, multicopter, monocopter, and octocopter. This drone can carry any payload that you desire for any kind of use case or application. Fully designed here. The autopilot, the crucial things, batteries, everything is designed here in India. It's fully made in India drone. This is one of the strongest drones that we supply to Ukraine. We have about 1,000 drones in Ukraine right now, flying. Very stealth, sturdy, invisible kind of drone which has an AI on board called Vector. We just have to put your radio, and it connects up to 100 kilometers range depending on the radio that you have. Has a range of 100 square kilometer and just 5 kilos of weight. So you can put it on your backpack and fly. Up to 60 time zones. All the AI arms can use it for thermal, for day and night operation. All these videos, this is from Andhra Pradesh. I think this is from Visakhapatnam or Vijayawada. Vijayawada. So yeah, this is from. So then we recently came up, when Operation Sindoor, or just before that, with a strike drone, which is, we wanted to make a kamikaze high-speed drone which can fly up to 150 kilometers an hour, which can take off from an altitude of 5,500 meters, single-man portable unit, which is carrying about 1.5 kilos of payload, where you have 650 grams of HE and about 6,000 balls inside. This is the only drone that flew. There were about 32 companies that participated in the trials. Most of them crashed. Most of them couldn't even take off. So we named it Rudra. This is having a 35 minutes of endurance, depending on the altitude and the weight that it carries. We designed and developed another drone for Jatayu. This was basically for the forest department, because I came to know that the forest is using DJI from the grey market at about 7-8 lakh rupees a Chinese drone. That is what they are buying and using. So we introduced a Jatayu which has a surveillance camera day and night at a price less than half the price of the Chinese drone. So here, whatever I am showing you is on the price-wise, we have tried to bring down the price to actually, when you make it in India, the prices really comes down. You don't have to pay import duties, you don't have to buy anything from outside, you design, develop and manufacture everything in-house. So this is Jatayu. There's another portable system that we have. Now comes the new grandmother's drone. So this is what we are launching now. This is something really fancy. I always wanted to know that one button press, no ground control, no training required, no type certification required, nothing required. Even my grandmother can launch it. Just one button press, it takes off. It has capability of IP68, military grade. So you can fly it in rains, you can fly it in snow, you can fly it in dust, and it automatically detects people around you. It is having an AI chip, so the camera automatically selects. So here the point is the speed. So the idea was to make something military grade. The idea was that nobody needs a training nowadays, pilot license and other things. So we said, okay, we'll launch something like this. So this will change the scenario in India. We have not shown it here. We are going to launch it on 5th globally, and then we will probably launch it in India on 15th of October. We are trying to slot it in a price frame of about 50,000 rupees. Yeah, you heard it right, 50,000 rupees. So that every person can have a drone. It's 250 grams, so it comes in nano category, so you don't need any license, you don't need any training certificate. Your phone, you just scan a QR code, the drone has a QR code, you scan a QR code, your phone gets connected to it, any kind of phone. You can use, the streaming will automatically come on your phone, you can use your finger to touch left, right, up, down, and the drone will move accordingly. Drone will use rotor cloud, so everything will be on the cloud. It's connected to your command center. So you can actually your command center can connect with it and you can connect with it. You cannot jam it. So it is 100% fully autonomous. You cannot jam the radio, you cannot jam the GNSS. So it works on a new, completely new novel idea, which I am not going to disclose here. And it really works. And we have seen it working. So we have made it in a way that you can launch it at places where there is completely EW resilience required. So this will hit the market by the end of next month. The other drone that we are working on is the Surya. Surya is a concept that I came up with, that every soldier should have one drone. It's a book drone, it's in the shape of a book. You open it, it becomes a drone, otherwise it's a book, you can keep it in your pocket. Surya is again a pilotless drone. So this doesn't require a pilot, fully autonomous, works on SLAM technology. So me being a surveyor, so I work basically on technologies that I recognize more. So it has a collision avoidance, totally 360 degrees. This is what we are using actually to man all the tanks, the AMPs and the BMPs. There are some projects going on where the drone will sit in the hive. So we are now creating a hive where 8 drones will sit inside the hive, and they will be launched autonomously from the tank before they are going. They will run around in 5 square kilometers where they will do the surveillance, and it will be transmitted live, not only to the person on the AMP or on the BMP, but also to the command center at the same time. So a lot of things coming up. There's another drone coming up called Bajrang, can carry 200 kilos. You have heard it right, 200 kilos this drone can carry. It is tested and approved by NATO. So we have done a test with the NATO forces. It can carry a wounded soldier, or it can carry a soldier from one place to the other. It can carry a big arms and ammunition stack up to 200 kilos. You can fly it in challenging terrains of Himalaya. So that is what this drone is all about. We do our own software development, data production. So we do all the softwares are designed by us. All the autopilots are created by us. We don't use any third-party autopilots or the mission planning or any other softwares. We have been designing softwares for last 30, 35 years. We made the first CAD engine by ourselves when AutoCAD and IntelliCAD was there. So we have a power of more than 200 boys and girls who are daily engaged in geospatial work and software development. Thank you. I think you can have your lunch now. Thank you so much for hearing me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sajid, for sharing such an insightful perspective. Your exploration of drones, UAVs, and autonomous airborne systems, coupled with AI integration, has given us a clear understanding of the transformative impact of technology. The work being done at Roto Group of Industries is truly commendable. Building advanced drones for agriculture, mapping, survey, management. Your vision for truly autonomous operations provides inspiration for innovation and strategic advancement across industries. And your insights today, Mr. gave us a clear sense of how innovation in UAVs is shaping both defense and commercial applications. And I must tell you, this is exemplary. Thank you so much for all your time and efforts. Let's applaud, ladies and gentlemen, for this contribution and his time. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a break for a networking lunch and also visit to the exhibition. Enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you at the other side of the break with another plenary session on cyber defense and electronic warfare. Please enjoy your lunch. See you soon.